Good morning. And yeah, I think it probably would have been Endwalker, newest girl. Because generally I do MSQ the day of. I had been considering pushing it to the weekend, but there's a couple of things that complicate that, because at least for the first couple of patches, normal raids and alliance raids, or alliance raids can be behind. Well, actually, I think it's just the alliance raid can be behind. Can be well, is gated by it. Yeah, does that look as... Oh, no. I never realized how, washed out the, Dawntrail actual lettering is. 5.4 MSQ, gated, but that's the only normal raid I remember for that happening for. Yeah, and, like, it was only the first wing of the Alliance raid that got blocked by MSQ, so... Yeah. But... we're here. I was a little confused before I was starting, because I put my plate down, I got everything ready, I sat down, and I'm starting to, like, you know, click links to make sure I did a thing. And for some reason, every time I left click on a link, it was opening in a new tab. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I didn't usually do that. And I started clicking in Twitter, so I was just like, oh, is Twitter being shit again? And then I went to YouTube, and it did it, and I was like, what the fuck? How did I manage to do that? Usually I need a middle click. I had put my plate in such a way that it was pushing down the control key. So yeah. I'm a dingus. It's fine. Yeah. Also, I noticed that there are actually job changes already kind of... Or, there have been job changes discussed already, and hearing that people were, like, shortcutting the Picto rotation, essentially because Lightning in Magenta, or Thunder in Magenta was, less worth it than Water in Blue because you don't get pallet gauge was, interesting. So your faces, you went through that and had no idea what you were going through. Yeah, I tried to, like, kind of mime it a little bit, but, like, I really was actually confused. It's like, what the fuck is actually going on? This shouldn't be happening. Also, let's change audio tracks real quick here. But yeah, usually I'd sit around and, like, talk about a few things, but, like, I kind of want to get stuck into it. One thing I will say is just... So this is the start of a leg of a new journey. And I want to talk about... I think I talked about it a little bit when we were wrapping up, the last stream I had for Endwalker. But, I liked Endwalker a lot. I feel like Endwalker just edges out Shadowbringers for me. And I even like the patches. What I was really curious about was where they're going to go from here, because I think Endwalker gave me a lot of faith in their ability to kind of handle certain, like, narrative energies, if that makes sense, in terms of, like, anxiety, dread, elation, all that kind of stuff, and communicating that through the narrative. UMSQ... that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like, Shadowbringers patches are pretty fucking strong. Although, I will say, if we're going just by patches, Stormblood is definitely up there. In fact, Stormblood might actually eke out Endwalker for me. It might even be level with Shadowbringers patches alone? Shit, I've never really thought about that before. Just like Bosnia more than Eureka, so... Oh, yeah, sure. Well, and that's an interesting thing, right, that I want to also comment on before we start. A lot of people had their problems with Endwalker, and it's distinct from Shadowbringers in certain ways. But, like, I think what's been interesting over the time that discussion has been had is the enjoyment people have of the expansion in question, and whether or not they were current. Because a lot of people talk highly of Heavensward and lowly of Stormblood, but if you were current and doing all the other content, not just the MSQ, and not just doing it as you please, like, a lot of people seem to enjoy Stormblood more than Heavensward. And I think it speaks to, like, what people are looking for out of the game, whether or not the MSQ is, like, the only thing they care about, or, like, indeed, if the MSQ is kind of their only interaction with it, or if they really engage with everything outside of that. And neither is better than the other, for the record. It's been wild to see the perceptions of expansions change over time. Yeah, like, I've seen some people just place expansions together, including Dawntrail, and, like, I treat everyone as an individual, and that I'm not gonna get why they put the expansions where they are, but seeing who puts Stormblood over certain expansions is always really fun. Because you can either tell that they were actually current, or that there was something particular in the MSQ that they really liked. But yeah. To Dawntrail, though, I'm cautiously optimistic. With essentially a change in hands of writing, with Ishikawa kind of moving more to, like, a supervisory managerial role. See, Stormblood ranked low, you weren't there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a pretty good indication. Otherwise, like, some people do have legitimate grievances with Stormblood, and they were there. Like, it's not impossible, but the general trend is definitely there. But yeah, with the writing changing hands, I could definitely feel the patches had a different character to their writing. And it was down to something as small as the time the camera lingered on certain characters, when it actually chose to cut in between certain characters, and whether those shots had something in it, or whether it was more of a static image to kind of linger around in and just stew in the mood. I wouldn't say it was necessarily worse, but I would say that I was a little concerned it was being a bit too... It's really hard to say ham-fisted when it comes to really subtle parts of the storytelling, but it's the best way to describe it, I think. There's even some character to certain parts of the voice acting and stuff that I think was, like, definitely different too. But then I have to also remind myself that the patch sessions for voice acting must be much different from the MSQ. Because the MSQ is obviously a lot more voice acting in one package, whereas the patches are a lot smaller. And simple things like the voice actor not having played the character for a bit and having a shorter amount of time to do everything means that, you know, they might not get back into the rhythm immediately. There's a lot of different reasons that the patches could have the different energy they did. But I still, even though I really wanted Zero to, like, be a Light Reaper and keep the hat in that, I do really like where all of that ended off. And with Wooklama entering the picture, and the ray of sunshine that she absolutely is, I'm tempering my excitement, but I am really excited to get into this. So, why don't we? Also, you know what's been really annoying? You know what? You know what's been really annoying? You can't interact with Ojika while he has this on him to get into the rooms. You have to accept the quest to be able to actually go into the, go into your apartment here. Yeah, weird. And like, you know, this is a problem only for me because I've been not doing the MSQ until now. It's not really the hugest issue, but it is a bit weird that, like, there isn't even the menu. Like, for characters that have, quest markers over them to start quests, at the very least, that offer other functions, or have multiple quests, usually you have the menu. And yeah, here you just don't get the menu. And you know what? It could be as simple as there's a bit of dialogue leading into the choice, and because the choice isn't up front, it didn't get put into a list to select from. But, yeah. You know, something to consider in, like, yeah, no. I demand this changes. It's like, no, fucking, this is, like, so niche, it's not even funny. Anyway, new world to explore. Ojika Sunjika has a message for you. Welcome back, Haldane. I've just had word from Erenville. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Taral aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? Should only take a moment. I still can't unhear London Bridge. So I'm so happy. I was watching the Grinding Gear Boys. I was watching one of their stream VODs, and someone in their chat mentioned that they can't unhear London Bridge. And I'm so glad I'm not the only one. I'm so glad I'm not the only one that heard that. Love those boys. Yeah, no, they're real good. I appreciate them a lot. I also, like, I think it's a fascinating, kind of, not relic, but it's a fascinating thing to leave behind, like, their thoughts as they're going through the MSQ. And, like, obviously there's Garrett's line of, like, I sure as fuck not playing Final Fantasy XIV, and then it ends up being one of his favorite games ever. But just, like, seeing their thoughts going from, like, MSQ section, patch to patch, all that shit. It's, like, no one has really been doing that. And I think it's a really valuable kind of set of insights into how people kind of view the game. Also, I don't know why I never noticed this before, but his fucking traps and his neck make... I see why people say Elezen giraffe neck now. I think it took this outfit for me to actually see it, and I don't know why I hadn't seen it before. Favorite thing is their discussion videos. Yeah. Like, wild speculation aside, I feel like, and some, you know, just some really fucking funny lines, outside of that. I think, it's interesting to see their perspectives evolve, and something that I also felt throughout it, where I think Garrett in particular was like, this game is doing tropes, but I don't hate it. And it's kind of wild that it was able to actually do that. But yeah, anyway, I'm not stalling, but I'm getting distracted, and I don't want to get distracted. I want to get into the fucking video game. Is this a talkie? Maybe? No, I don't think it is. No. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenville himself. Speak of the devil. Wukamat. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaners Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. Love that she constantly has the... Yeah, it's good. That's fine, Erenville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. He's so shiny. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. Hey, Charles. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Taral, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession, and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. Look at my HD children. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. Oh... That's interesting framing, given what we know about a particular person's motivations in this story. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. She was fucking hidden by Alphinaud. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Prial? Yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yes, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Now, I will say, like, I think about these things mostly after I've actually done the entire MSQ when it comes to, like, OC kind of headcanons and shit like that. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to split up the party of 4, where Aldine and Vevern are actually going off with Thancred and Urianger, while Will and Ray are going with Wooklama. And I don't know how that's going to shake out, because I don't know how, like, intertwined those two groups end up becoming. Because they're definitely, like, personable to each other from what at least from the vibe I've been getting, like, oh yeah, he's cool. But I kind of want to be Hokage. So, yeah. That is definitely one thing I'm interested in seeing how it plays out. Because, they've definitely positioned it as, ooh, look, the Scions are splitting up. Or, the Scions, left to their own devices, have ended up on different sides of a conflict. And I do have to wonder whether that's bait or not, but, Hoysale, let the wind take us as she pleases. We won't make you Dawn's servant by standing here and talking about it. Yeah. I'm gonna make Dawn 7 without saying you're talking about it. Ha! A man of action. Right then. If all is still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Alrighty. Where are we going? Oh. Hey. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Oh. Oh, I appreciate they didn't make me walk all the way over there. Okay, this is gonna be a talkie. Yeah.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels.
Bermuda Triangle mention.
Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Melwib was involved in this? Huh.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Well, Clemart, please don't invite danger on the party.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
I realized I was muted. I said yes, I got that shit on. We're good to go.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Oh my god.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat.
It's like unironically a what? Yeah, I was gonna say unironically a One Piece bit. My name is Wolfclamat, and I'm gonna be queen of the... Oh my god, thank god they've got music on this shit too. Remember in Stormblood where there was just like no music when you were doing something like this? Alphino, why are you reading a book out on deck near the edge of the ship? You're gonna get it wet.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good.
I know that voice.
But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night?
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Damn Moogles stole me drink. Oh, my boy needs some sunscreen. He's wearing too much open.
We left port what
Shit.
seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
You've still got that, like, that slightly unrealistic element and energy to some of the dialogue now.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Like, you can hear it particularly with Kryl. It feels very, like... It feels very, like, steadily paced and deliberate. As opposed to, like, natural conversation, which can kind of vary a bit. And obviously, like, we're talking about dialogue in a video game. It doesn't need to be literally realistic. But I think one of the things I appreciated about dialogue throughout Endwalker and even Shadowbringers was how, where appropriate, they did kind of add a little bit more of that character of pace changing and things like that to the dialogue. As if, you know, two people were just casually talking to one another in sections rather than, yeah. And, like, obviously with Wooklamat, I feel like we're going to get a decent amount of that, because she's obviously the excitable one. So maybe Kryl is kind of being shifted into that spot, by contrast, but... Fontaine. I don't know. Fontaine? I don't know how the T-A-I-N-E would be pronounced. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tyrell. Damn it. Fontaine. That's probably it. Tang. Fongitane. Fongitane? Maybe, actually. But see, I see Jean, and I want to say Jean. But that's not... Fongitane's the name. I was working at Eshtain's Aesthetics in Uldar, you see, but my employment with them, came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting, and failing, to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard a room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all, regardless of origin, so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. God, if this is one of those characters that just ends up appearing throughout the rest of the expansions, I'm all for it. Hi. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Uldar. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Tirali. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Makote, the Hetsaro? Oh, hey, here's where I get to pull out and plug a neat little thing I found. I did, like, a little bit of research just to make sure, like, I could corroborate some of the stuff they had in there. But I literally just tried to look up, like, Mesoamerican, like, pronunciation of certain vowels and stuff like that. And, like, I don't think this is, like, a complete guide. I think this is just, like, really shorthand stuff. But, like, I'm probably going to be using that to try and make my pronunciations decent. Because I feel like with a lot of stuff that has been presented in Eorzea at this point, I've had a decent leg to stand on. Like, I kind of knew enough to at least acknowledge that I don't know, or I'm gonna try it, or I can actually pronounce it. But Mesoamerican stuff is just completely out of my wheelhouse. But that's, so I'm gonna try and use this to kind of get get a decent sort of, oh good, the bots hit my tweet, awesome. Go away. Actually, hold on. Oh no, yeah, no, that's definitely a bot. I was like, hang on a minute, that account isn't following too many people, and then, no, I saw the posts. But yeah, I'm gonna try and give that my all. They do a good job getting everything in voice cutscenes over the course of the MSQ, which is definitely good, but there's gonna be some things that might not be said out loud, and there might be, like, minor NPC names that never get pronounced, so I want to try and have something up my sleeve that can do, like, a decent job at it, at the very least. And that seemed to, this thing I linked seemed to align with that, so... I don't think we have a real double H thing, so I can only say Hetsaro. Is there anything? Yeah. And then the Hrothgar, the... what do we want here? X before consonant. So it'd be either... Yeah, it'd be Ishbral? Ishbral? I think that's probably it. Between that and the game, you should be golden. Haha. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. Fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Thank you, knowledgeable Lalafell. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat next in this Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. The third promise? Is the third promise Wuklamat? I'd heard Erenville was looking for passage to Tuliolal, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Thrall. No, I'm sure if it's bringing up that phase, it's either a throwaway and I don't care, or it's going to come up again, in which case it'll explain it. I see you in Eorzea before. You great and famous hero. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception. With more of you Eorzeans coming to Thrall, it's become impractical. Besides, mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, so we head home to lick our wounds. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketenram. You know, first Eorzean to set foot on Thrall, almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Ketenram with open arms, and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back: popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spreads across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. I feel like we heard some of that before. God damn it, Newskull. The tales say Ketenram returned to Thrall several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he's never been heard from again. Even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. Alright, I did a Kryl, I did the rounds. I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Of course, Alizé is like, but I haven't been able to use my sword. Did you learn anything of interest? Fair amount. Oh, I hadn't heard about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Erenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Oh boy. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Mm-hmm. See? Nothing is going wrong.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Oh no!
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Alizé...
Erenville, you were born in Thrall, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
heat of a nomads! Reef that sail for the mast snaps!
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Only elders have watch! This wind's too strong to take any sound! I'm falling off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fucking run, assholes. What are you doing? See, of the party, I imagine Ray was actually actively helping the ship because she was a sailor for like 10
I have
years
not
before she
seen
started
the ocean
adventuring.
rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Methinks some elemental shenanigans are involved.
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
Yes. Could tell you about a storm or two, Aaronville.
Woklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Yeah, I've done Leviathan Extreme Unsynced once or twice. Yeah, that was enough. I will say one... Oh, actually, I'll say this
By the
after.
time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
I was half expecting a hear, feel, think thing for a second. God, look at the light in his ears. God damn, dude. They didn't have to go that hard, but like, fuck. It looks so good. It's Vanar again.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Wonder how many days it actually took sailing. Boobies.
Seabirds.
That must mean we're near land.
Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
Actually, I'm going to take the moment here to say the thing I was going to say before. One thing I did hear was that people were like, oh, they took in the feedback from In the Cold as we don't want to do these things anymore. Or we don't want to do those things. Boobies HRT must be near. But yeah, like, an opinion I definitely saw floating around was like, oh, they took the feedback from In the Cold a bit harshly. And that was definitely this is definitely one of those moments where it strikes me as, oh, there isn't a thing about this. But at the same time, it's kind of just the introduction to the area, so I wouldn't expect them to just throw a duty, like, out the gate, just throw a duty in front of us that could slow it down, when really, like, and honestly, probably a decent pacing choice not to do that. Because we're kind of in the, oh, we're going to Tural. Anyway, defend the boat from a huge storm. No early duties after Stormblood. Yeah, exactly, because that also means it could be a choke point. Yeah, you can't risk Raban Extreme or Pippin Savage. Exactly. But I'll be interested, like, I do like it because, like, we didn't need to be controlling the Warrior of Light for them to be able to do that, and I like the implication Erenville kind of makes, where it's like, man, the Warrior of Light must have been dealing with shit like this a lot to just, like, snap to it like that. And, you know, my headcanon Aldean wouldn't deal with it as quickly as, say, Ray would, but, still, it makes a lot of sense, because, like, yeah, they would have had to deal a lot with that. Opening shot of the cutscene where the group's kneeling with Raban is forever etched into my memory, yep. I feel like you're not the only one, Ryuzaki.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Ah, and this is why we're going to be on that smaller ship. I can see that Ishgardian knight panting as we speak. Knight? You think he's a knight?
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
Off.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Also, I just realized I was muted. Yeah, so it wasn't seasickness, it's nerves.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Ah, come on, you can't have him kneeling.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
You're so pretty, Erenville.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
Yeah!
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Shut up, newest girl. Oh my god, they did the thing! Damn, that's like 20% of the trailer already recreated. Ah. It's good to be here. God, I forgot this was the music they used for Tuliol. Hornline, man. Yeah. It's real good. Convinced this track is for an unreleased DK game. Yeah, no, it does kind of have that energy. There's something about the energy of the track that, like, just doesn't quite fit for me, but I still really like it.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihiolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Oh, Kryl.
Forms?
She's just
You
like
forget
me,
who you're
for
traveling
real.
with?
Oh my god. I love her. Holy shit. It's like, are we supposed to be here? Who do we have to check in to make sure we're allowed here? It's like, calm the fuck down, Kryl. It's not a place like that. God damn. Oh my god. She's just like me. Fucking goose. Oh? What's up?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant.
Terrell has yet to invent bureaucracy. Yeah, it's probably a good thing, honestly.
We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tule Yolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
Oh, she's gonna hate this, isn't she?
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first.
Okay.
I bid you welcome to Tulihiolal.
I love her. Crown kind of got Mike Wazowski by the art I have on screen there. I'm so sorry, Kryl. You're still my fave, you know that? I wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers are expecting. What an amazing city. As lively as Uldar and even more colorful. According to Erenville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as Hanu Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. Ah, it's so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. We did it. Arrived in Tuliolal, you can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Al Sharlian. Nice. Not hard to be more colorful than Uldar unless you want to count 23 shades of brown as colorful. Yeah. Like, Rads would be a... Rads at Han would be a much better comparison, honestly. In that sense. Honestly, this is also giving me, big, Dazara Law vibes. Obviously, kind of, not similarly inspired. What the fuck is that noise? Hold on a second. So, my neighbors were doing some work on a tree that's, like, really overgrown, kind of their property. And they ended up, like, chopping a bunch of crap off it. And outside, right now, is a truck with, like, a tree shredder parked right outside of their house, because Main Street, there's not really a lot of room for them to kind of park. So they're just on the side of the road, basically in front of both of our houses, shredding trees. Awesome. It's better than putting on a fucking audio filter and then some of my own voice getting fucking clipped out. I hate that shit. I would ask if the journey tired you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. Nation of Tuliolal. 645 weapon. Didn't I get 660, I think? While being on solid ground has improved Wuklamat's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Oh no. Poor baby. Right then. First things first. I'm still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So, the Third Promise has found herself some new followers, then. Followers? Wuklamat? Are you unwell? Another female Hrothgar. No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The Third Promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my handpicked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the Third Promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't even worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to your Third Promise. They did have a point. Wuklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station, surrounded by this many outsiders, is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups, so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. Aldine, you and Kryle can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on us all, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Excuse me. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit. At least until Wuklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Good animation to start the quest on. Awesome. Tuliolal isn't going anywhere. Let's give Wuklamat a little more time. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself. What with the contest looming and all? Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbour. Erenville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Dawntrail, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Come on, Kryle now. Yeah. Yippee! Yep, thank you. Oh, that's funny. They teleported to me after I did the dash. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliolal's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbour, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right. I should mention that here in Tuliolal, we buy things with Pel, currency that the Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your guild. There's also... Ooh, okay. What you make Q? Wachumeki Meki. Wachumeki Meki. Because I know Q's can be K's in this, so I'm going to say that. There's also Wachumeki Meki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Can't wait to see the look on your faces. Are you going to show me any of the extra talking points, or... Ooh. I like this bit of the song where it slows down a little bit. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me. You have aetherites in Tuliolon? Kryl? Yeah? I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once. Had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up to the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Shaktoral. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way. Though, that's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Oh, kind of losing the voice a little bit, but... Alright, well, real quick, this is gonna be a new home point. Thank you. Right, so we go back down the way we came. And yeah, up here. God damn. This is a fucking hill. This is a big city. I think, like... Maybe, it might not actually be bigger than some of the cities, but I feel like the sense of scale in this place is much larger. And I can't tell why that is just yet. Discuss Tuliol's elevation. It's very vertical. Maybe that's it. Maybe the verticality and the fact that it's still, like, horizontally big makes it feel like that. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets to crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where the Wuk-Lamat gets her endless endurance. Yeah. You're gonna be fucking built to keep up around here, evidently. I should be keeping a lookout for the fucking things as well. Can you mount up here? No. Damn. No, this must be the physically biggest city. This feels like so much... Like, the only similar run I can think of that's like this big would be from one end of Old Sharlayan to the next. But this was from the center of town up. Like, that's not even close. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. Soldiers stationed here responsible for defending Tuliolal and preserving the peace. Landsguard were led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoralja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alizé should be around here, to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. I think you could get a longer path if you snaked your way through Radz-at-Han, but you'd have to purposefully take a bad route. Yeah, exactly. Like, you kind of have to be explicitly lost in Radz to get a longer path. Yeah, no, this city feels like a lot bigger. Which is funny, because, in WoW, during BFA, when they had Dazar'alor as a actual city, it felt really big, but there wasn't much in it. And, like, unlike in 14, you have to move everywhere. And, you know, you can get flight in that, and that makes it a bit easier. But, like, you had to move through everywhere, and because it was so big yet, like, not a lot to it, if that makes sense. Even from like a flavor standpoint, just having like markets and stuff like that you can't interact with but are there, like, it felt very empty. So far, I'm not getting that vibe from here, because it seemed like a lot of the places in the city feel like very distinct and purposeful. You've obviously got the harbor and the markets immediately around there, which makes sense because, you know, right next to the harbor. And then in the upper areas, you've got more of the military places. You've got kind of more the, like the Dawn Servant's throne, I imagine, up on the top there. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the Crystarium is close. There's a lot of space that goes unused. Potentially. I feel if you walk from one end of the Crystarium to the other, I feel like it'd be pretty close. I just don't know if it's like, center of Tuliolal to outer, if that makes sense. God, that... Hang on. I'm gonna turn the master volume up just a bit. Because, whoa, background noise. Massive, isn't it? And then the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yok-Hui. Oh, wait. Do I have any... Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yok-Tural, the southern... whoop, don't do that. Yok-Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Shuk-Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. Familiar-sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac. Or the, honestly, it more reminds me of, tales about the Dawn Father and the Night Mother in the Steppe? Is that their names? Dawn Father? I'm pretty sure the mother represented Night, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember if that's exactly it. Confirmed North America is a boy and South America is a girl. Damn. fucking Latin derivative language is always gendering shit. But getting back to Shuk-Tural, those lands are also part of the Tuliolal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. Many clans of Tural have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. Carnivorous trench between them on the map is non-binary. True. That's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. I'm just... Damn, yeah, okay, you're right. Crossing the bridge to Shuk-Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the right to succession is over. Promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Oh. Interesting. So a distinct first and second half, huh? I'll hold you to that. Then I'll make sure you win, mark my words. I wish we could go there right now. I'll hold you to that. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. Damn, is the Right of Succession really only going to be the first half? Like, it's probably not going to be exactly like that, and like... Oh my god. Sexful music. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest, and we'll continue the tour. Must have covered half the city by now. Oh, hold on a second. Nice, I think they're actually shutting that shit down. Turn that back down then. Shades, triangles, pronouns are those. Yeah. Yeah, that's fun. This is a bad time to take a bite. Oh my god. K-Dot dropped again! No, he just released a video for Not Like Us, so... Like an actual video. Tuliyola was unlike any other place I've visited. Thoroughly enjoying myself. Yippee! The City of Stairs. Wooklamat is ready to commence the second half of your Tuliolal tour. Tuliolal tour. That's a fucking tongue twister. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too. Tuliolal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. Hawk. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Yeah. It was a good joke, I promise. I believe you. I may not be able to literally confirm that it was good, but I certainly can... Oh no, there's gonna be things on the way. God damn it. Okay. We're not taking the Aetheryte then. I will use Smudge, though. Hey, speaking of Pictomancer, I think Smudge is like the most fun movement ability they put into the game. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's the contrast of having a caster with that ability, but like, yeah. Shit feels good. Keep almost killing myself with a White Mage dash. Nice. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of Temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Shaktaral to appease the god who slumbers in the Great Ocean Trench. After the Yokhui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter. the biggest residential district in Tuliolal. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up. Yokwi. Ah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that... I don't think something like that was in my thing. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that thing to cover everything. It's really just, like, I think, like, the most common things. Discuss the palace. Ooh. Papa's palace is called Volok Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. Probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Perhaps a trial of some sort? Oh, there was a thing up there. Hold on. I should go and grab this now. Trial? What's that? I don't know. No idea. I'm just saying words, sorry. Okay, I think I'm fine to take the Ethernet to the core Aetheryte and then just go from there, I think. Wait, no. No, that means I'd have to take a long way around there? Yeah. Okay, I guess it's better from the other one. Never mind. You know, I never knew people didn't like in the cold solo duty until like 6.4. Took me a complete surprise. Okay, to be absolutely fair, I think In From the Cold has a major problem in that it doesn't guide you as directly as it should. So you've got the immediate part where it teaches you, hey, you've got a limited moveset in that, and getting stuff from bodies. And then it just lets you go. Honestly, I think it should have actually corridored you to the Magitech, and then opened up immediately to the west of it, or immediately to the back side of it, and that's where you have to do the kind of non-linear exploring. Because I've seen people drift off left immediately and not find the Magitech, which means you can't find the fuel until you find the Magitech, and that like wastes a whole lot of time. I think it could have done with a little bit more corridoring to the actual objective before you move on to that, but yeah. I think there were legitimate improvements that could be made to that, but like, that was one of the most incredible moments in Endwalker, hands down. That's like the best solo duty in the entire game. Like, they should do more of that. So, this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yoktaral clans. Mamulja, Ishbraal, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonawalta? I feel like that's going to have a different pronunciation. I could be wrong there. Hetsaro and Shitona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Shoktoral. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Toral. A true representation of Tuliolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. Tonawalta, yeah. It sounds like I'm saying water weird, which is, I think, the thing that made me think, no, surely that's not how that's pronounced, but English speaker. Of course, stuff like that's gonna sound weird to me. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. drum? Oh. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. Is that where we're gonna see? Are we gonna see Estinian rock up? Are we gonna see Estinian return with the Dawnsguard, having just like slain a beast like in the trailer? That'd be funny as hell. He just turns up. It's like, hey, I was on a hunt. I tried hitting with my axe once and ripped the skin. Hurt me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think... Oh, shit. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. No! I got 100 nuts from this, yeah. Never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? A big, big, blunt club is what I'm guessing. Ooh. Oh my god, yes, I do actually want this. Are there more of those in the city? Oh, no, those are just outgoing, right? I haven't used one of those in so long. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I can't really see because of the fucking... the objective thing. Oh yeah, it's over there. I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliolal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Sharlayan, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've had added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Ark of the Dawn awaits. Oh, I'll go back this way. I'm surprised we didn't go to the Ark of the Dawn first, although... Hi. This road leads through to, Kozama Uka. But for safety's sake, we're not letting anyone travel that way at the moment. Not until we ascertain the damage done by that monster of a storm. Oh, so you all felt that too, huh? This is it, the Ark of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yok-Toral Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliolal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama-uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama-uka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Alpaca. The chocobo of Toral. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. Huh? Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. Oh, I didn't put in fucking eye drops, dude. I'm dumb. There we go. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. Put Visine in my eyes so my grandma will fucking hug me. Yikes. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Oh. And with that, I'm probably going to take a quick break here, because it's been like an hour and a half. It's good a place as any to take a quick break. Yeah, only gonna be quick. I'm probably gonna eat the rest of what's on my plate, fill up my water again, and when we come back, we'll continue our tour and hopefully get into some meat of the story. Oh, don't worry, I'll be cooking soon. Alright, I'm back. Alright, where'd Wooklamat go? If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolal, then look no further. Huh? These stone pillars, you mean? Saga in stone. Crow regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Okay. Following event cannot be skipped. Oh, we're doing the sniping minigame, aren't we? Maybe not. Pictures. Wait, no. These are glyphs. Seem to tell the... Fuck. Seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Gulul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. Oh, huh. Lay of Repast. This one recounts the Lay of Repast, as you can probably tell. The figure depicted here is the, Ishbral, like me. For decades, the Ishbral and the Mamulja at war, and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. Yaktel? The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolal. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Bozia known as Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Ishbral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Wooklamat. Hi. 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's start with those. I appreciate that. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kazamoka. Kuzamoka. Fuck. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people who with distant Turali counterparts. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is a story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamaoka. The people Alphino mistook for the Vanu Vanu, if not for the colourful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. This pillar is the Lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreigner explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketenram? Ah, that's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tual is what prompted Papa to embark on his journey. It's said the two grow to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yeah. This is a very visual novel of the game here, but honestly, like, it's good. Like, it's an alternative to just walking around and actually viewing them yourself. Oh. Huh. These four comprise the rest of the saga. I'll leave the blank one for last, I think. Lay of Proof. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yokwi, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yoktural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northward, setting their sights on Shaktaral. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Ukopacha. Ukopacha, yeah. Never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This is a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Good question, Kryle. Good question. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight. No matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Pelu Pelu from FF10. Yeah, I remember that getting mentioned. Oh, this one is my favorite. The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral, Valagar Manda. Oh, so Valagar Manda is a Tural Vidral. Huh. Oh, of course, newest girl. I should explain. Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. I love a good use of the word preternatural. Valagar itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years ago or so, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valagar is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tural's national emblem, or Tuliolal's national emblem, and adorning the banners at the palace. Valayamanda? Okay. I'll trust you on that. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliolal's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. Stomach shot. So, let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Are we about to do the equivalent of cracking our coin purse? God, the drums. I think I missed another one over there, no. I might just grab the rest of the Ethernet shards in downtime. Because, like, my plan is roughly to go until, like, go from, like, 9 o'clock in the morning till 6 or 7 at night. And then have some downtime for myself. Which is either going to be leveling up Sage to the equivalent of whatever I hit with Picto, or doing some, like, random shit, like, just, like, I don't know, I might even do some, like, Fates off stream or something like that. Or not play 14 at all. Because that'll probably have to be a thing as well. I will need a break from it. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliolol classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Ishbalyav. Ishbalyav Tai? How would you say that? I feel like that's Tai-E, so like there's emphasis on the E at the end, which is how I usually read like the apostrophe in the middle of words like that. Ishbalyav Tai. Ishbalyav Tai. Best. And I need one right now in front of me. Right now! Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Burak Evu. Oh. Trying to be too fancy. Man. You know, I imagine people will still use certain things to make the game look a little better. But I gotta say, there were a lot of complaints about, like, the colors just not really standing out in 14. I don't know if it's just the way they've actually colored this area or anything like that, but it's such a big improvement. People keep hitting me up for Guilty Gear and I have to shoot them away because Dawntrail. I feel that. Hi.
Brooke Evo!
Brooke.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Oh?
Aye.
God damn it, I should have
And
captured
now
that
keen
photo.
to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
That's a good point. Or it's either that or to check if, or to tell if there is a place like that, but...
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
That is a bit kicking the dog, but...
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt. Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother. Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Buddy, your father literally encouraged that as a show of you could actually work with people.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor. Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
Wait, hold on. I could probably fold you in half, right? Okay, before I give my thought, I'm gonna let this play out.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
You tell him, Kryl.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I can't believe they would do that to her. Both the writers and Bakul. Yeah, I guess I have to see how it waits to unfold, but I'm a bit curious how they'll handle Bakul, because the way they laid it out in the way they laid it out in kind of the extra material leading up to Dawntrail is that he definitely, like, it definitely read as a racist undertone, but, like, I don't know. I think I need to see what they're gonna do with that, but I have opinions about, like, doing that kind of stuff in a story like this. But I guess we'll see. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tulial cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright. It's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even eastern side of Talon March, if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. Oh, my poor empty belly. Yeah, rep. Hello. God, the lighting is so good. It's funny, because the lighting being a bit more realistic makes things, in my opinion at least, like a tad more... I don't know how to describe it. Like, other than, like, the material lighting differences, the fact that, like, the lighting... You've got, like, a single light source that ends up, like, illuminating the place like you can see here. It gives it a less video gamey quality is, like, the best thing I can think of to describe it. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just, like... It's just, like, not... It moves further away from video game, and I don't know if it does anything for me personally, I guess is the point. Do you have a better feel for the city now? More or less. We saw a two-headed Mamulja on our way here. Another claimant in the right of succession, according to Erenville. The food was amazing. Passing Mamulja, let us try a fruit called... Ooh. Sherimoya? And it was just sublime. Is that a real thing? Hold on. It sure is. Ecuador and Peru. Yep, that tracks. How do you pronounce that?
Cherimoya.
Oh, Cherimoya. Okay. Gotcha. Wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't send my message in Charles's chat. Oh, whatever. That's fine. There's so many narrow and winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Right of succession. Upon speaking to Erenville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh, we got our first one of those prompts. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult, Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was the herding of a pair of unruly coils. Good. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Fucking love grapeseed oil, hell yeah. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. What does that mean? Wait, well, Clement, what does that mean? No, you can't just walk away. You have to tell us what that means. Oh? Fucking Astidian, of course.
Astidian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
Damn.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter.
Hey, how's it going?
Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
Hey, Stinian, he wants to see his daughter first. Let's not fucking throw down immediately. God damn. Hi.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
Also, goddamn, Estinian's armor looks good with the update.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
What? Really?
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Lamati, Wuklamat.
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solanash.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant.
Huh? Oh?
I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Yeah?
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies.
Ha! Old-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Okay. What exactly are you gonna be doing? Okay, bye. No, I was just here for a fight. I'm good now.
By the muscular golden arse of innocence.
Hello,
What's
Sinner.
that?
Welcome, everyone. We're playing Dawntrail. We're, like, at the very beginning of the MSQ, but, like, fair warning. Fair warning that, we're potentially getting into spoilers. Trailing the Dawn. Yeah, finally. It took me long enough. I told everyone there would be MSQ spoilers. Okay, good. I love you, Edelson. Thank you. I got the crafted,
The claimants are assembled.
Thank you. I got the crafted set from Shadowbringers a while ago, and then, when I started leveling Picto, default gear I had was that, and I'm like, it's a little slutty. I like it. I like it a lot. But hi, everyone. My name's Wolfie. I play a lot of different games. I tend to focus on narrative games. But one pillar of my streams has become FF14. Both from the kind of rating side of it when I actually do have a static around, and a lot about the story. Hence, I've got a big weekend, basically like 5 days in a row streaming like 4-hour chunks each day to get to the end of Dawntrail. So, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you again, Sinner, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think I missed anything from all of that I usually do, so I hope you're able to digest it all. I usually will. Like, I'm pretty good at, like, taking a step back and, like, kind of digesting what's been there, and I'm not going to be doing it, like, all the way through. Sorry, I'm not going to be streaming it the entire day. Like, I've got a good, like, 4 or 5 hour chunk before I go to bed at night where I do that, and I've been getting better at getting my thoughts succinctly out, or just weaving it into just moving around the game, so I feel pretty confident I'll get it. Try to be around because I love your commentary. Thank you, Sinner. I appreciate that. And yes, if y'all don't know who Sinner is, you should absolutely go... I can't spell shout out. How am I not being able to spell shout out? There we go. There we go. You should all follow Sinner too. She's great. What were you playing, Sinner? Do I have a thing that tells me that yet? I don't think I do. Unless I go... Unless this still works? What the fuck? Ugh. Moobot? You good? There we go. Oh, you were playing 14 too. Nice. Just doing Fates and Frontlines. I feel that. But, like, I've been in since early access, and I basically got Picto to 90. I've been playing Viper, and not much else. So I'm finally in the MSQ today. But yes, thank you everyone for coming through for the raid. If you do want to dip because of spoilers, I do appreciate that. You know, I've been dodging things for like a week and a half because I wanted to be fresh for it. Don't leave out the legendary 55-minute Tower of Zot run. Yeah. Myself, Newest Girl, and It's Just Charles, who you might be also familiar with, were grinding away some levels, and then I was like, hey, let's do one more dungeon before I finish up this section of stream. And we got into a Tower of Zot dungeon run that lasted 55 minutes because the tank was clearly learning, but then also the final boss just killed us like 7 times. It was a lot. I highlighted that out separately from the rest of the VOD because I was like, no, that needs to stand alone by itself. Yeah, we've the rite of succession, which is kind of the core of Dawntrail's story at this point, is about to happen.
The first promise, Zerolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat.
She does the Warrior of Light punch.
And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja.
Chosen of Mamuk. Imagine your dad had 2 heads. Yeah, imagine if your dad was 2 dads.
You 4 will compete in the rite of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
I love you, right, Dad? Wait, my right or your right?
I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The rite of succession, the means by which the Autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the 2-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have 2 heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Which is probably how Bakul got into this. Wow, spit, my dude.
You have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
It's a respectable notional thing, sequel. Yeah, like the whole premise of this nation is very much like a very egalitarian one. And obviously, like, even sorry, I'm bad with the Mamulja names. Even Galul, looking back to past for inspiration on how to hand things over, but still weaving in the notion of the nation he's created into that is good. Like, it would have been easy, and I think it's probably going to be what Bakul is going to be leaning on here, where he's like, well, no, that's how we used to do things, so that's how we used to do things, and obviously I'm the better. That's why the two-headed were the ones that were meant to rule. Fuck everyone else. I'm curious how they are going to frame Bakul going forward. Because, like, you could lean on just kind of racism and then there's nothing much else to it. But at the very least, Galul has outlined kind of a more reasonable traditionalist take, which I still don't agree with necessarily. But it's not just 2 heads are better than 1, but literally. So yeah. Definitely agree, though. Why would he need to? He already had the fucking promise.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral.
Ah. So, yeah. Busy.
Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Damn, okay. Yeah, huh? Alright.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Toroil and find the City of Gold.
Huh.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Gorna.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof, my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
But then how did... Wait.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Toroil with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place.
Huh.
Bring them.
So he knows, but he's obviously just not telling anyone. Why would he have sealed it away? That's interesting. Also, Jesus Christ, this palace is massive. Oh. It's like a glyph. Oh. That's each of the things that was out in the town. Although I do note that there's gold on each of them.
The Tuliyola saga.
Yeah.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge.
I like him.
You think the ride is
I like
tedious or nonsensical, or both. But I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
Listen, I know I could just hand it to one of you through a more direct means, but I mean... Come on! I gotta have some spectacle to this. That's good.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest.
And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
Yeah, let's just not forget them. That'd be awful. Oh, yeah. Of course.
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
Please place them in your backpack. Do not... Yeah, they do not stack.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
We've given you these leather wrappings to ensure that they don't knock against each other, so again, please do not stack them. You'll damage the thing that's meant to keep the thing for your tracking.
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
Sleeping head would know, maybe.
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
Yeah, that tracks.
But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
I do appreciate he's playing coy. Like, yeah, it's a fairy tale, people haven't found it, but like, I know it's there. I'm gonna get you to try and find it.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
Also, just before we move on, what was Erenville's original name? Elanesh? I think it was? There's a lot of Gululjaja talking. There it is. Elanesh, yeah. E-L-E-N-E apostrophe S-H. No. Eleneth? No, I don't think it's spelt like that. I'm pretty sure he said Elanesh. I'd have to go back and reread it, but yeah. Okay, just noting that, because yeah. Okay. You know I wouldn't give this up for the world, dude.
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Sorry, you're right, Zareth. It's E-L-E-N-E apostrophe S-H ellipsis. That's how you spell it. You have to leave a sigh after that. is pronounced... Oh, sorry. Okay, gotcha. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey leads. I've made my decision. I need to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Hmm? Yeah, woo! I hope we get to talk to you more, dude. You seem pretty chill.
It's Saralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
Huh?
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry.
The first son.
Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja.
Take heart, tiller of the soil. The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
So is everyone going to be booing Bakul?
Saralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Saralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Saralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Saralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
Oh, damn.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists.
Wait, what? Oh, he's the one that wants to march on Garlemald? Oh. Huh. Like a horse born to a mule. Yeah, that's a decent way of kind of analogizing what they're talking about.
This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace.
That's a shame.
You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Saralja, the warmonger.
Oh, so there are two that can't ascend the throne then. That sucks.
Kryl?
Kryl?
Are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Saralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
The one with all the tech.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
Trains?
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always.
That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Oh, that's no fun, man. Everyone stop cheering.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
You know, now that I think about it, Aaronville, that sounds oddly close to someone else I know. How about that?
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
He did also get cut off when he was talking about his mother, too, so...
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Glavans.
Yeah, I thought he'd get mixed fucking responses. Bro.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
My own hype man. Yeah, real.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
Is everyone leaving before Wuklamat leaves?
His
Oh no.
policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself.
Yeah,
But
I would
one
agree.
thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Yeah.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
No! No one's gonna be here for... Oh, there's a few people. And someone else? She no care. Her friends are here.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies. It's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
Aww.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch.
Ma'am?
I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
Ma'am, you're not really good at whispering.
It's fine. More than anyone. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling.
Speak up, ma'am. Only most of us can hear you. Yeah, real. Tell us how you really feel.
Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Alright, I think I'm going to take a quick break here just to get some more water, and then we'll continue on. I probably got another hour and a half, or sorry, hour and 15. Yeah, sweetest cinnamon roll, Wuklamat, yeah, real. I bungled this sauce, god damn it. No! Not the bulgogi sauce, no. Well, hopefully it's recoverable, newest girl. But yeah, I'm going to take a real quick break here just to get some more water in that, and when we come back, let's actually for real get into the expansion. And I'm back. You couldn't see it, but there was a Mamulja, like, playing with their child in the corner, kind of being blocked by my, my party there. My brown sugar and soy ratio is way off this time. I must have mismeasured something. Never been particularly good at cooking. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little better, but, like, I usually take on, like, one dish and do that for ages until I get it right and then move on. Like, I'm not particularly good outside of that. I still need to try and figure out a good, like, stir-fry to make, because I got, like, a rice cooker now, that I got for Christmas, and I haven't really used it too much, so I gotta get my ass in gear about that. But yeah. Alright. How are we doing? So, Kwana, the second promise, is intent on developing his country by means of Charlene innovations. Given his background, I suppose that should come as no surprise. That two-headed claimant, Bakul Jaja, treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he'll try to elevate the Mamulja above other races should he become Dawn Servant, not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blood Garleans. I know not what drives Zorulja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. As you just witnessed, Wuklamak has no great army of supporters. Not yet, at least. My wife cooks most of the time, but I've been learning to help out. Yeah, hell yeah. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Tucker is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliolal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We should check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. Alphino, the ideas master. Yeah, like, 4 very different clear goals, although I will say this is obviously preemptive to some degree, but the ones that have like the less scrupulous goals, they like both of them are the Mamulja. It's one of those things 14 keeps doing, where any one of them by themselves is just like, okay, that's just how the dice fell. But it feels like it keeps happening, you know? Like, oh yeah, one of the most prominent people from Alamigo is completely white, and all of, like, you know, Alphino and Alizé are white despite the parents' hair. It's just one of these things where I'm just like, like, all I need from them is to acknowledge, oh yeah, we keep doing this, we should break that at some point. But, like, they just don't really do it. And I think it's more out of just, like, not thinking about it, which, like, okay, yeah, like, and, I think more often than not it is just that. But it's just unfortunate that it continues to be a running theme, I guess. At a glance, they seem much the same. Preparation of intricacy. The preparation of intricately carved tablets for each claimant must have taken considerable effort and forethought. We should consider them weighty reminders that this contest is no light-hearted matter. Supposedly hired a firm this time around. Well, from what I understand, they did hire a lot of, voice actors from, you know, the Americas. They also from what I remember in the FanFests, that they were, yeah, discussing things with, I would assume the equivalent of, like, sensitivity readers and or people who obviously know the histories of, you know, Mesoamerica, this region of the world. So, like, in the broader strokes, I'm not expecting to see stuff like that, or I would hope I wouldn't. I think it's more just, like, and don't get me wrong, there is also something to, like, the adherence to traditionalism that isn't necessarily, like, from the colonial world. Like, that is still a thing people who aren't in, you know, majority white countries feel. Like, and exploring that can be interesting. It's just an unfortunate thing when, usually when we're facing villains, other than Garleans to some degree, we tend to be, they always tend to be the more monstrous race, whereas the ones that are more friendly or whatever tend to not be. And this was a good chance to actually have some interesting intersections of motivations. Like, if Zoral is just like, no, I want to preserve the peace, but I feel like we should be, you know, taking on more of an active role in, you know, perpetuating culture and stuff like that. That's, like, a similar, like, mindset in terms of just, like, expanding influence, but in a much more softer way, in a much more helpful way. Like, if I was just looking at this right now, I would honestly swap Kana and Zarul's motivations, but I don't know, maybe my mind might be changed in the future. Because I just think it'd be interesting to have someone from Sharlayan actually have some from Sharlayan seeming to have on the surface good intentions, but actually the way they're going to be carrying that out is, like, kinda shitty. And also, like, just from the Garlean angle too, I feel like someone who's been traveling the world, like, Kana, is going to have more against Garlemald. But obviously he's not really the military type, and it's, yeah, I don't know. With the mix of cultures here, I think it would have been interesting to actually have some, like, really strange motivations and examine how cultures and upbringing might have influenced them to think the way they do. But at the moment, it seems to be fairly straightforward. You know, you've got a extreme traditionalist, you've got a kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, you've got a hardcore traditionalist, you've got someone who's primarily, like, military might, but more like, aiming that towards outside of their borders. You've got, I don't want to say expansionist specifically, because it doesn't quite have that flavor, or flavor yet. Then you've got, Kana, who is, like, the better of the other three options, but there is something to, like, just incorporating technologies from outside, essentially being done by someone who was taught by those places. And I'm interested to see how we examine his goal in particular, because his seems like the one we can really, like, drill into a lot. I feel like they're not going to be too drilly with the other two, which I think would be a shame, but... Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm thinking about all of these, like, the political aspects of this, and just thinking, like, in setup alone, I feel like there could have been an extra wrinkle to this that might have been interesting. This doesn't mean the rest of the story can't be interesting, but it does mean it has to try and avoid some particular pitfalls. Alright, Alphino, what do your eyes see? That makes everyone. Well, Clement, the tablets, if you would. Of course. Sunrise? Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. So there's 7 plates, right? Plus the blank one? I noticed there are insets into each of them. That the tablets didn't have. See? And each of the different tablets seem to have a different thing in them. Like, the symbol in each of them seem to be different. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have to answer here. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliolol saga. I'm trying to go too fast. The events the glyphs portray. Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. The one that one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. So we've got a split decision already. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Dawntrail several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eolzia's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. Gotta have the MSQ split. Yeah, it's nice, because it gets you across, different areas a bit quicker than you otherwise would. I think it's a nice pace setter, honestly. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. Okay. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Really helps with congestion, too. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it kind of depends, because eventually you end up with people... Eventually you end up with people all doing the same thing at different stages, which can be enough to tear it off, but depending on the flow of things, it can also lead to congestion just, like, later down the track. Once you've got people who are slow and then people who are fast meeting in the same area. Oh, no, wait. Right here. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. What a comfort to have our lodging sorted in advance. Oklawat said she would bring the information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. Oh, such lovely little cottages. And they're on the water. There are 6 instances in the split zone this time around. Damn. Oh, yeah. It's probably a good idea. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you're finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Ishbalyav Tai. Hunt trains take almost half an hour. Damn. Greetings, visitors to Tuliolal, and welcome to the Farad Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. Oh, right, I can probably just ask her again. Welcome back. Yes. Let's have a look. Ooh. Oh, no fucking way. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I wonder if this is actually a view of the outside, too. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this might be one of the best, like, little, in rooms in the game. Straight up. I love this inn. Yeah, I can see why. God, seeing this at, like, night or sunset and that, too. Holy shit. I need to just, like, idle here one night. Number 2 for me. Which is number 1? Literally took 40 minutes to take G-post pictures here. I can see why. Crystarium's still my favorite. Okay, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I think just, like, from an aesthetic standpoint, though, I still think that one's the better one. Alright, where are we going now? Wait your companions and embark on the rite of succession. Yes. Where are my companions? Where are my companions? I feel like the music so far... I feel like all of the sound so far has been toned down from usual. Can't wait for you to hear the other town's music. Neither can I. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Aldine. Yeah, that's what I do. But where are Erenville and Wuklamat, I wonder? Oh. Hi. Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we need information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I bought these for the two of you. Oh, yeah, gotta give him the link pearls. What's this? This is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Oh, you just know Wuklamat is going to be the one that's, like, radioing in people just for the fun of it, because she's like, oh my god, this thing is amazing. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. 10-4 Warrior of Light, can you hear me? She's just, like, 10 meters away. I'm like, yeah, I can. She's adorable. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Tuliolal Saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozamauka. The other, smaller fellow, is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachun Pelo? Wachun Pelo. I'm gonna say... Do I go for CH? No, I don't. Also, now that music's picked up again, god damn it, I can't win. Now, as for deciding which village to go to visit first, why don't you put the adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Aldine? Pick our destination. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting the help will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC once you have completed the series first. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail for the rite of succession. Ooh. Hey, they got different text for that too, even. I kind of want to go to Kozamuka first. I'm kind of more interested in that. Oh. Wait. Oh, sorry. This is saying that the other quest will become available afterward. Yes, okay. Yeah. The helpful Hanu is waiting to answer your questions. So, what is it you'd like to know? The route to Okanu. We go south through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside Kozamauka River. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storms have rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. I will be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. Sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozamauka, we should head over there, over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Ishbalyav Tai. It's all been arranged. Yeah, I'll come back in a day or so. Winged Protection Scout? Hello? Oh, is that the hunt? Yeah, I don't really need that right now. Personally, at least. I can do that in the off time. Well, actually, maybe I'll do that as a side quest thing. I don't think I'm going to be doing much of that just going through the MSQ, so I'm fine with keeping that as like a later thing when I want to level or get new shit. Are we all ready to leave? Then onward to Kozamauka. Open the way. Thank you, Arch of the Dawn Sentry. Wow, that is a perfect cutoff for the music, holy shit. Oh my god,
Kozamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tuliyola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
Put upon, brother. air assault, Ryuzaki? Oh, fireworks. Yeah, happy 4th of July. Hope you don't have pets that are going to be scared shitless. Wetlands is an apt name. Much of the ground here is positively saturated. Love the Mouth Harbor. I'd love to stand at the bottom of those huge waterfalls and bask in the majesty of it all. Pity they're so far away. There is no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Erenville to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. I swear if I didn't know any better, I'd think this was the music from the Tarzan world in Kingdom Hearts. Sanctuary theme reminds me of the Twilight Town music. I guess we'll see. Where's my... Where the fuck is my... I forget where my fucking ether current... Is it collection? I don't think I have this on my bars anymore. I don't. Where did it say? 443 southwest. Okay, we're roughly heading in that direction. Wow, this has 3 Many Fires Urban Shire. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a... Huh? No thanks. No thanks, I'm good. 68 west, Jesus Christ. It's a far way away. Yeah, exactly, newest girl. Water from the falls must flood the wetlands and flow into all those streams and rivers. So this is a Hanu village. One can tell at a glance how very different their culture is to the Vanus. Assuming we have the right idea, one of the Dawn Servant's electors should be here somewhere. Ow! Stupid distracting waterfalls. Ah, everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu village I was telling you about. Okanu. Yippee! A festive people. Wuklamut wishes to seek out the Dawn Servant's elector. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this elector. Oh. Hi. Oh, Kali. Oh, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the Third Promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are here not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Oh. I also really like this music too. And we like lingering on with their walk cycles. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who was prone to decisive action, as I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later. Or never. Yeah. Birds of a feather, eh, Alize? I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker, who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Dalkanu, then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wuklamata has the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erenville, Alizé, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamat, Aldine, and myself will handle this northern half. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good to me. Oh, I can actually mount up here. Hooray. Ball. Ooh, gemstone trader. Hi. Hi, hello, I have many gemstones. But I probably need to do fates to get the riding speed thing. Dang. You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Servant sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is much else that was lost for good. Vantage point. What am I looking out onto? Oh, there's Wuklamad. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Let me grab the Aetheryte first. Oh my god, I'm moving so slow. Wait, can I not... Oh no, you can. Okay. I was gonna say, there's no way they actually cornered that off, but no. They didn't. Good boy. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Dry and shrunken bundles suggest that the reeds were harvested some time ago. How do we get on there? Bunch of woven reeds. They're cast up. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu then. Oh. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over too. Oh. I appreciate you just taking me there. Oh. Connor.
No sign of Zorolja, or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu.
Oh.
I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Awesome.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
Building
We
something,
use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
So I wonder if this is like a pass-fail thing, or if like only one of the four can actually gain this. Because if it's only one of the four, I could imagine that it'd just stalemate everyone. Unless you all work together, and maybe that's kind of the point. Or, you know, it can just take you, like, everyone can get the keystone, but what's going to happen is certain people are going to excel at some trials rather than others.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Are you actually fucking
mercy
kidding me?
You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace.
Good.
If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
That's what I thought.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Alright.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
So a Thancred and Urianger just hiding out somewhere?
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
You might want to say that away from everyone else.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Sup? Real recognizing real, I guess, but...
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Yikes. Calling him a fucking monster? God damn. Yippee! Alright, I think we've got time for another quest or two before I'm gonna take the big break. Wuklamat is eager to help solve the Hanu Hanu's woes. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. Make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaronville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course. Follow me. Northeast? Huh? Huh? You were telling me... Oh, west. I was going in the opposite direction. Right. Okay, I guess I just gotta keep an eye out then. These are not really making any progress there. I see. They irrigate the fields by diverting water from the neighboring river. It's unlikely the reeds ever dry out. There I thought these feats would have us battling dire fiends or similar. Agriculture is a far thornier problem. I know she wants to do her best, but she could be careful not to make promises she cannot keep. Look at these fields. Why, this could be a painting. Agreed. God, this area is pretty. I have to imagine that, like, the second area is going to be up on the cliff there. Alright. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Hi, Charles. What's up? Fire away. Perfect mount. I love it. Wilted reeds. As Zanuhali described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. What is your Lalafel's name again? I'm talking about how our wall interact. Vevern. V-E-V-E-R-N. Paddy water. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Thank you. No problem. I have you on my stream. Okay, okay, cool. I appreciate that. Soil in the paddies is, as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. Also, I guess just a heads up for people, in case they weren't aware. I'm doing, like, longer streams, or I'm doing, like, lethargic frog? Huh. Yeah, so I'm gonna be ending this chunk of the stream in, like, 20, 30 minutes or so. And then I'm gonna take an hour break, and then I'm gonna start the stream again, and we're gonna be going for another 4 or 5 hours or so. Just for anyone, just for people's notice. Because, like, I'll technically be shutting the stream off, but, like, I'll be back later on. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, it doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Wow. I might have been a frog for only, like, 20 minutes, but that seems suspicious to me. Oh my god. Even on ground, the chocobos sway now. Oh my... God, they really didn't need to do that, but I'm impressed every time that actually happens. Oh, also, hi, Charles' stream. I don't know why I didn't say that before. Sorry. Oh, a water strider. Bit sluggish, though. Or a water shambler. Yeah, I remember in one of the previews, there was just, like, an area that was bereft of growth. Kind of looked like, the Empty, to some degree. I wonder if there's something like that happening now. Nautilus with the paddies themselves, as far as I can tell. Yeah, if only we had Y'shtola. Aaronville? Any luck? No. Trial? Damn, piano going crazy. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. I'll have to tell Frog Enjoyer Aaronville about what I saw. Or Animal Enjoyer, I guess. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree. The waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. Frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. Huh. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival. Give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. And this seems to be strange, so like, right? I failed to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuk-Lamat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Yeah, we have to accidentally solve the problem this way. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. Oh, I saw that. It's in the village. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it. less debate when I'm traveling alone. Northeast. I don't know if we're actually going to go out there. I'm tempted to go and try and get that now. North? Okay. $63 north. It's going to be on that ridge to the left, isn't it? 91. Oh no, northeast. Oh no, there it is. Skirt around there. Travel back there. Oh, I should make this one a free place I can go. For the time being. Favored. I have to head out. Enjoy the MSQ. No worries, Sinner, and thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. And thank you for sticking around as long as you have. I know time zones are going to be kind of fucky with these streams, so anytime you're sticking around past your own streaming time, I do appreciate. Look at the size of that thing. I hope they don't expect me to help carry it. Handles gave me pause before, but now I understand their purpose. I've never been here during festival season, so this is all new to me. New to me too. What a charming float. I wonder what bird was the inspiration for its design. Fat chocobo. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the float. You may use the camera. Okay, now we've got the sniper. Sniper bit. Oh, well. There's a problem already. Is that broken? That looks like it might be broken. Missing eye. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Carrying pole. Oh, that's definitely broken. How would they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? One more thing? Oh, sure. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Yeah, there seems to be, like, the feathers being discolored is kind of weird. Huh. I mean, obviously, over a very long period of time, they kind of wither away, but it's odd that they're discolored at this particular moment. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such a poor state. Due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No Ihihana. Ihihana! That's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of the festival leader is mine this year. There's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a Aboki Shah? Hold on, let me pull up the... Yeah. Aboki Shah for the missing eye, Uyuipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of those I know. Obokisha is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and Uyupo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. Those chosen feathers, however. The Winds Chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics, and that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such air sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left innovated, and if we cannot gather the correct materials as dedicated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. Huh? The Winds Chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. Float might also function as an arcane device. I'd wager the float is actually a secret weapon for smiting the Hanu's foes. Pray continue, Alphino. No, the float might also function as an arcane device. Given all of that stuff together, like, yeah. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh! Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these are all known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. A float a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may not well have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting with hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. Which leaves us to find a gemstone? The 3 of us will visit the shipwright then. Oh, right. We do that and then, yeah. Not without me. I worked hard to fix the float as best I can. The responsibility is mine, after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu. Nice to meet you, Linuhanu. And certainly, let's all go together. Ray of Sunshine, Wook Lamont. Thanks to Wook Lamont, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. Yippee! Well-managed ship ride. Yeah, I think we got time for one more quest. Linuhanu wishes to take you to the shipwright. The shipwright's name is Wook Evu. He's a Ishbral who only moved to Kozamauka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. And we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekby to the east of here. So we kind of would have ended up there, but yeah, it's fine. 582 west, jeez. I'm so sluggish and slow. I still haven't had to cast a spell yet. It's been like an entire stream section so far. Though I imagine that'll change. Gazing at the rivers usually sets my mind at ease, but during the storm it brings up nightmares. I know what you mean, the flooding waters were a chilling sight. This is Okbekby, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozamauka from Tuliyollal or elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wook... Huh. Also Wook. Wook Evu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, climb up the stairs can be challenging. Required jumping puzzle in MSQ, let's go. Oh no, it's just rounded stairs, okay. Yeah, interesting. I have to wonder what began this kind of cycle, because it seems like the implication is that like there's a kind of what's the term? There's kind of a feedback loop going on where like one part of the cycle of keeping the harvest going fails, and then it starts to kind of break apart, and because the previous parts are broken, the part that was initially broken is broken still, and yeah. But, like, I wonder if it was, like, the reeds starting to go bad that started all of this? Because, like, my initial thing, the thing I'm thinking of in the back of my mind is just, like, an ether the burn problem, where, like, something's sapping the ether from the land. And obviously, ether and, I guess, dynamis from other sources could kind of kickstart things again and make things keep going. But, I wonder if, there's, like, a larger reason that, like, this all started. If they don't restore the reeds, how will they play their woodwind instruments? Yeah, exactly. Definitely no woodwind instruments that don't need a reed.
What do you want with me?
Florist core.
Right. The greeting.
Is she gonna do it right?
Ohokali!
It's good music.
Kali.
This is feeling Mandeville-esque.
Good. You brought your manners with you.
Oh, nice gravelly voice.
When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
That is an absurdly sincere line for the music that is playing in the background right now. Holy shit.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wuklamant. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wukavu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette.
Okay, this is why the music is playing.
Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
Okay, man.
Keep your head.
Bro.
I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then, consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Okay, I was right about Abokisha and Uyuipo. Fuck, I immediately forgot how to pronounce it. God damn it, I'm sure it'll come up again. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Wook Ibu is very good.
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
Okay, but I want to do it. Oh, that's fine then.
I told you not to worry about such things.
Oh, okay.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
Damn.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
What?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Yeah, we definitely did not accidentally stumble onto that conclusion. I mean, to be fair, the Scions and the Warrior of Light in particular have been across this situation way too many times to not go, oh shit, there's an ether problem here.
Well, maybe a little.
I love her.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
Uyuipo. Okay, so, yeah. So you pronounce UYU by itself. Uyu. Uyuipo.
We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
Alright. Leave it to the Pictomancers.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
Thank you, friend. I'm thankful I have a Brazilian friend.
Time.
I'm thankful I have a Brazilian friend to help with pronunciations. Yeah, I did look up a little bit of like Mesoamerican. I found a Mesoamerican pronunciation guide that I think has helped a decent amount. So for example, it was the thing I was using to deduce that the way you pronounce a leading X into a consonant is, ish. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, just being from the realm of the world that I am, that particular, language, culture, and, how do I want to phrase this? Like, the linguistics that lead from both of them, are just, like, I don't have any reference to them other than, like, popular media. And popular media tends to fuck it up. Because, like, Ixmaya is not how you pronounce that. It's Ishmaya. Or that's closer to it at the very least. But, like, you know, I wouldn't have known unless I actually went out and looked for it. So, and I'm using this as an opportunity to try and educate myself even just a little bit, right? Like, if I want to learn how to make sure I'm pronouncing these things correctly and understanding their use and all of that, I do have to kind of look at that myself, you know? It'd be very easy to just kind of sit here and just, like, correct myself when they actually bring it up and just leave it at that, but, like, I'm a little bit more interested in those kind of things than just that, so... I'm a massive nerd for this kind of shit.
All right, then. Let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Yeah, the way you're going about it makes it easier to sight read new stuff when it comes out. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've got a much better basis to actually just, like, pronounce it off the cuff than if I was doing it otherwise.
Ihiana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out.
First choice.
The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
You don't need to give him the evil laughter. I don't know if I'm gonna like the characterization of the Mamulsha, if I'm gonna be honest. It's already very, very on the nose. Like, granted, Zakul is a bit more, like, reserved, so it's probably gonna be a bit more... He's probably gonna be the one that actually has a bit of nuance to him. This guy feels like Name Day in comparison, where he's just like, evil and not doing good and fuck these people, I'm strong. It's just like, ugh. Speaking of which, though, I think this is where I'm gonna wrap up the part 1 of the stream for the day. Don't you fucking dare smile at me like that. You motherfuckers. You jackasses. Vimeo Beams. Real. I thought it was free. Oh, no. Free destination. That's the one I wanted to move around, not the favored one. Shit, I need to put Idleshire back. But yeah, I think that's where we'll leave part 1. So, my plan is in around give myself like an hour. Ugh. Lighting there's not doing you any favors, bud. Well, Whoops. Fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I'm just doing iCam. Fuck you. Son of a bitch. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave the game here. Well, yeah. So I'm gonna take about an hour break. It might be a little closer to an hour and a half. We'll have to see. Like, my schedule says 2:30 because I want to give myself an upper limit in case I do need to take a bit longer. But yeah, I should be back in about an hour, and we will continue on with our journey. So far we haven't had to cast a single spell yet, but, you know, this is a new region, we're dealing with a lot of new stuff, and I think I think this pace so far is good. I definitely think if they threw that duty in on the ship, it would have felt a bit long in the tooth just getting to here. And I mean, I could have like shot spells at the things I encountered when I first entered the area, but no, I think this has been going well so far. There's a lot of ground to cover in terms of like establishing the cultures and peoples and the main players and their personalities and all that kind of shit. I mean, we haven't seen hide nor hair of Thancred and Urianger, even though we know, presumably, they're in cahoots with Koana. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see all that play out. But yeah, I'm gonna grab some lunch, I'm gonna go touch grass, and in about an hour's time, yeah, whole new continent, exactly. We've got to give it time to breathe, because 14 is at its best when it does give everything time to breathe and then pays everything off, which, yeah, it can sometimes take a little bit of time to get going, but I appreciate that it does take its time to do that, personally. Yeah, so, gonna go touch grass, grab some lunch, grab some water, and I will be back with part 2 for today. So, actually, is Luca still streaming? Luca is still streaming. We'll go and rate her, since I've got a few people with me. She is also playing Final Fantasy, but the mad woman has decided to go back all the way to A Realm Reborn for some reason. But she is going to be playing, I guess, through the entire game. But to be fair, she does need this right now. The mad woman is also playing Omicron the Nomad Soul. And within the first stream, she soft-locked. Like, soft-locked the entire game. Can't progress the story any further. So she kind of does need the 14 as a downtime thing. But yeah, go say hi to Luca. She's fantastic, a fantastic streamer. She's been back for a couple of days after a lengthy hiatus too, so it'd be good to give her some encouragement. But yeah, that's going to be it for me for now. I'll see you all in about an hour, and until then, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I'll see you soon.